Hello. Yeah, sorry it took a little while. Don't know what it is. Every time I go to like start stream, I suddenly need the loo. So it's like, okay. But yes. Hello everybody. Hello. Oh. It's very typical. Oh, and that's still there. I forgot that was booted. That one was... I forget the icons. There we go. Be gone. There we go. Oh. Thank you for the head pats. It's like... Oh. Goes to start on time. And then I'm like, oh. But I need to go. I'm never the quickest anyway. It's quite funny because years ago work used to tell me off for taking so long. I was just like, I just take a while, that's all. Yeah. The weekend's been okay so far. I didn't do much yet, but rest was good, I think. I believe. Hello Kai. Welcome in. I hope the weekend has started off well for most. And if it's the evening, I hope it's been okay so far. Oh. And you can tell it's getting like towards the end of the year. I know we've only just entered September, but you know we're in the latter half of the year. Latter half? Later half of the year. Because it's when everything seems to ramp up. Lots ends up happening. A chill Saturday. Nice. That is good to hear. And I see a thing. I see... Well, saying randomly I see a hornet would probably be terrifying. Hornets are massive. And ironically I have seen a hornet before. They're so big. But the nice kind of hornet, at least. With your icon, baby. Not, although ironically a hornet is a bug as well, so that's, I can't even say that. I can imagine, I know a lot of people liked her from the original Hollow Knight, from the first one. I like that. Have you played it yet? No, I haven't. Luna Lens, hello. Welcome in. you're doing well. Nah, Silk Song is... Those are the type of games I tend to not really play. Not because... I don't know. I'm not very good at those types of games, so I tend to stay away. And thank you for the follow. Thank you kindly. I appreciate that. I do like watching those games though, like watching people play them. And I do have the first one, but I've not really played it. Maybe eventually I'll play those games. Because I don't mind, like, Metroidvania-esque games. I just struggle with platforming. Looking on Steam though, it's like the most played thing currently. The third most played thing, because the top two were like Counter-Strike 2 and Dota 2, but they're always going to be high in numbers. I can imagine. Hey Odd! Welcome in. Hello. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I saw a thingy where it was like, it almost, or Steam was like, very not working well. Same with PSN. But they only mentioned those two, and I'm like, it was the same for Microsoft's side of things as well. Which is quite funny. It was very... In terms of traffic, it was basically like a DDoS attack. But obviously it wasn't, it was just legitimate traffic. It's almost 11:30. That's fair. I think they knew how much people were waiting for their game. The problem is, you can only do so much to prepare. And they did fine anyway, because, you know, after a short space of time, it was okay. East. Luckily I just keep tabs on like Japan's time, so I know roughly when what people's zones are with times. I mean, I do have some moments when, because Japan's only like an hour behind Australia. I have my moments where people are usually very relaxed to fall asleep, so that's always good. Be nice if I could talk in a general microphone though, because then you could hear me from both. talking from the middle with this does not work. More. Well, I'm glad it's soothing for you guys. I think the usual days I might not talk that much is probably Thursday, and sometimes Saturdays. Thursdays because I'm extremely tired. Saturdays because sometimes my mood can be a bit off. But we completed Ratchet and Clank yesterday. Obviously I didn't get all the collectibles, but that's fine, because that wasn't really my goal. And its length was about what it ended up saying to complete, like around 18 hours or so. Although it didn't really feel like it too much. Oh, this has a slow start. I keep tabs on a load of games though that I want to play, but yeah. But I kinda look at it in two ways now. It's like, oh, am I getting this to just play, or am I getting this to play on stream? And so far every game is like, oh, this could be good for stream, this could be good. And then I end up not really playing anything except when I'm streaming. Yeah, in a sense. Because technically anything would... Well, actually, I say anything would be good on stream. There are a few games where it's like, the story could be interesting, but the overall gameplay that the majority of the game could be, might be really samey and, well, yeah, repetitive and boring to actually watch until you get to the story segments. Because I had that with Crystar. Hey Pem, welcome in. Hope your stream went well earlier. I caught the tail end of it after I had my bath. I hope you're doing well. Oh, okay. I was gonna say. Because I disappeared for something. And then I came back, and then you'd already raided out, and I was like, oh, okay. Also, did the hours to your thesis thing go up? I swear that was on like 8 days or 5 days left, and now it's gone up to 16. Ah, noise. Ah, you got an extension. Okay. I was gonna say, because that was certainly lower. But yeah, noise sucks. Lord knows how. What day was it? The Wednesday. Lord knows how I managed that one with my niece around. That was noisy. Oh, I derailed from what I was saying, and of course I'll forget. That's about right. Nope, I've forgotten. It will hopefully come back to me later. Ironically, the other day I ended up being reminded of some music I used to listen to ages ago. I'd forgotten about it until I heard it in a video. And I was like, oh, and then I remembered it was one of those where the album, it was done as basically one giant song continuing after the next. So there was no proper end until you reached the end. But I forgot about it, and then I found it again. And I was like, yes, memories. It was basically remixes of old anime songs in a very fast-paced motion, but yes. I saw a video though to do with Silk Song, just like, of all things, a performance test. And ironically they were using like I think it was a GT 710, and yeah, it starts out at like 4K, which obviously it doesn't do very well because the card isn't designed for that. But as the resolution gets like lower, where it's even like 2K 1080 and then like 900p, it gets like, I think at 900p it was over 90 or 100 frames. They even ended up lowering it to like 720p, and it still looked very nice and was getting like over 120 frames. And no jaggies at 720. It still looks as good as it does, upping it to God knows any higher resolution, which is good. That's how our game should be. But yeah, luckily they were only doing the beginning part, so... But nice to see a game that... I mean, I know it's 2D, but even so, it's nice to have a game that's actually made properly. I presume you've played it then, baby. Because you went and said you wouldn't spoil things, so I assume you've played it. Judging by the reaction, you've been, or have enjoyed it a lot, which is good. When I see those type of things, I'm not like, oh, I really want to play it now. I just end up being like, I'm glad that, you know, people have, are enjoying it, because I know it's been a long time coming, kind of thing. Harder than Hollow Knight, but its graphics are prettier overall. Oh. Yeah. Hornet was a very beloved character, I remember from the first. When people saw her and they were like, oh. And overall, yeah, people are saying that it's better than the first, which is good. For good reason, I see. Because she's royalty, isn't she? If I remember right. Amazing how I remember this stuff for games that I've barely played. Amazing. It's like I have a terrible memory, but when it comes to games, it's pretty decent. Yay for memories. I mean, I've spent a lot playing games, like time-wise, of my life overall. So I guess it makes sense that those kind of things stay in my head so well. It reminds me of when I was doing my uni course, actually. Like, they teach it in a very, you know, not buzzwords, but they use their own particular wording so that it's not easy to understand from, like, if a person who wasn't studying it wouldn't know what they were talking about because different words. And I remember something being explained to me one time, and somehow I'm surprised I actually understood it. And I managed to explain it, what they said to me, in layman's terms. And they were like, yeah, that's pretty much it. And I'm like, why isn't it said in that way? And of all things, like, the professor ended up actually saying, it's so that normal people can't understand it. And I was like, that's so stupid. Like, the whole point of learning is to make it so that people can understand, have knowledge. It's ridiculous that you purposely make it difficult, just so it can't be taught by the everyday riffraff. My wording itself is also bad. The everyday riffraff. I am part of the riffraff. Goodness. Kind of makes it annoying, honestly. With some stuff, I know it's like difficult in the first place, so it can't help that it has some crazy ass way of being explained. But for things that can be explained in an easy way, I don't. It's annoying. Oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you kindly. Because knowledge is power, and knowledge must be wielded by those that either bother or have the power in the first place. And like the good old saying in The Incredibles, you know, when everybody's super, like, no one will be. So it's the same with anything, I guess. If everybody's knowledgeable, which would honestly be really nice, it makes it harder to deceive. And play ignorance and stuff like that. My view on society, oh dear. I'm thinking of like mainly governments and stuff, but yeah. And then obviously you've got like the actual hidden rulers, which people like to joke about, but we all know that they're the ones that are actually pulling the strings, but we don't even know who they are. Oh well. Cracked the code. Indeed. Indeed. But in a change of, I was going to say in a change of words, it is a change of words, I'm thinking of conversation. There you go. I just can't remember the proper word. God, this is actually more awkward. Can I? Yeah, that's also why I tend not to talk on the left too much. I actually can't get the wire to go any further along, so I'm having to like, ah, makes me sit even more awkwardly. What is cute about that? I'm trying to give like proportions for. Oh, you mean me trying to figure out what's. To be fair, I'm okay-ish with words. Yeah, I mean centralized is like here anyway. But yeah, it's like, oh, hello, I am over here. I can move to about over here. But I'm like tilting horribly. Ah, I get a visual representation for how I'm sitting to do this. Ah. So yes, that's why I prefer talking on the right. uh, but yeah, there are like games I've kept an eye on that I would like to get. But I've set myself like a sale list, so I'm like, do not buy this game unless it is at this price, because obviously you shouldn't really get games at full price because they're extortion anyway. Unless you really, really love the game that you're about to get and you just fully want to give a massive amount of support, then by all means, go and do so. But for the most part, I like to wait. Yes. But I will try to alternate. The only way I can alternate is I just sort of turn this instead. I guess I could do that. Yeah. Although Silksong isn't exactly gonna break your wallet. So you're safe there. I'm just more careful with the games that cost, 50, 60, 70 pounds. They're expensive buggers. And hello Sorbs. Hello. Welcome in. It goes okay. I've had a rest. Can always do with more, but I should end up feeling better with like consecutive days of not waking up in the morning, so that will be nice. But yeah, I'm doing well. I've had a bath and I had lunch, and now I'm here. But the day's going well. I hope your day's been alright so far. Hello Jarko. Yes. No problem. Yeah, which is why like when you have your normal work days and then it's like you get 2 days off to rest, it's not enough. You need that third one, I feel. Is that that's the Hoover? Great. Oh. That's the only downside. Yes, I now currently have 2 weeks off from work, but so do they. So, yay. I have things to contend with others. Would have been nice if it was just me, but not much I can do with that. Actually, if I'm going to talk for a while. Come here. Oh, I always forget which one's properties. No, it was filters. Come here. Let's block out the horror. There we go. Block out that stupid noise. I only get to sound slightly different, so it's fine. And it blocks most of it out, thank God. But yeah. There's a lot of horror games coming out this year, which is nice in a way. I just gotta wait for them to get cheap. Like I do want to get Silent Hill F, but that's expensive. It's like 70 quid, and I'm not sure how the game's going to run. Jellyfish, hello. Welcome in. Hope you're doing okay. Hope the day has been treating you well so far. I'm going to have a drink though, because yes. Ah yes, RimWorld. Is it like a base RimWorld, or is it modded? I'm only familiar with RimWorld because of Limu. She loves that game. Yeah. It's the only downsides with putting on noise cancellation is it nerfs my tapping. Or DLC, some mods, nothing crazy. Fair enough. Definitely one of those games I enjoy watching someone play. Yeah. I enjoy watching those things. Because it's funny when stuff starts to happen, and it's like, what is going on? Is the Hoover still going? No? Cool. Yay, I can tap again. But yeah, RimWorld's good. Cannibal Space Pirates led by a cyborg vampire nun. Run. Nun. Close enough. Hey Silent. Welcome in. Yeah, I'm doing alright, thank you. I had my bath today. I've had a bit more sleep than usual for the week. So hopefully in like the coming days I'll have extra energy because I would have slept more technically. It also means I'll be going to bed later, but that's fine. I tend to fall into that pattern. I hope you're doing well today. Hope it's been okay. Like, I know many people can break their sleeping pattern and then they take a while to fix it back to how their usual routine goes. I seem to just have an on-off switch, so when I know I'm not at work, I'm perfectly fine to stay up stupidly late, and my body's fine, and, you know, it doesn't disrupt anything. And then when I'm going back to work, like initially it might take me a while to go to bed at my usual time, but it still works. It doesn't really disrupt me. But yes, 2 weeks off. 2 weeks off, yay! I haven't had time off since May, the beginning of May, so yay. It's nice to have some time off, finally. Hopefully I can like focus and get some stuff done for streams and that. Yeah. Hopefully so, yeah. We'll see how it goes. This one has like a heartbeat rhythm. Ironically, I think they'll be okay at my work. It hasn't been overly busy so far. I will laugh if it's busy while I'm gone. Because that's always what happens. People disappear and it suddenly gets busy. Like the more integral workers disappear and then it gets busy. But oh well, that's not for me to worry about. I did actually get a game that seems like it might be good with ASMR. I mean, heck, I think it mentions ASMR somewhere within its title. Where is it? I think it was just in the video trailer. Yeah. It's meant to be comfy cats and ASMR. That's what the video says at least. But you have to make like dishes. So you need to like do the ingredients and stuff. But it looks like it focuses on the sounds, which is interesting. Don't know when I'll maybe try that. Technically today would work, but I think any day where I do ASMR would work. Hey Ted, welcome in. doing good today? You've returned from your couple stream break. Your couple stream break? What does that mean? I mean, welcome back, but what does that mean? That makes it sound like your couple stream break, as in like you and your significant other. Ah, so it means in that sense. Okay. I mean, I don't. We've been ill. Quite a few people have been getting ill, actually. I hope you're feeling, like, better now, though. Just a little sick. Well, stay on top of it until it's completely gone, because you don't want to, like, revert back. So yeah. Keep safe with it all. Keep your liquids up. Rest when you need to. That's why you're listening to ASMR instead of music. I don't know, there's music in the background. It counts. That is fair. Well, for the most part, you're not gonna get anything too loud blurring out of ASMR. The most you'll get from me is maybe a dog barking somewhere, potentially. And kids outside. Possibly. But otherwise, yeah, it should be relatively quiet. looking. And give you the ether charge and stretch. Podgy. More. But yeah, there's so many games. Lots and lots. Lord knows if I'd ever play something like a Souls-like, though, because I play those very long-windedly. I'm not very good at not dying, so I tend to train a lot, because then it's just down to me. I remove the excuse of, oh, I just die in a hit or two. Basically, I make sure that I can take at least, like, 3 or 4. Although I did have a crazy build in Elden Ring. I managed to get that, like, finger shield thing, which basically had, like, fingerprints on the front of the shield, but it had the highest, like, defenses of any shield in the game. And I could basically block everything and not really take that much. Well, physical, I took absolutely no damage whatsoever. The only creatures that could hit me are ones where they're like very big and their attacks kind of have a wide arc, but because of how big they are, there's a chance that they'd hit you from behind as well, because they go over you. So those are the rare times. But take a Melania, for example. Yeah, she couldn't kill me, and I couldn't kill her. I didn't go for any super strong weapon. I just had like a pike, because you can block and poke at the same time, so you're never letting your defense go. So I basically just win by a war of attrition, because their health would steadily go down, whereas mine would never budge. However, you can't do that with her, because even if you're blocking, she gets health. So she's not taking any health from me, but I'm not removing her health because she's just stealing it back. So I was literally in limbo with her. I was like, wow, we're both immortal. Honestly, I was quite happy at the fact that she couldn't kill me. But I did manage to beat her eventually. It just took a while. Crazy lass. It was a mission to even get to her. But again, lovely battling things that have physical, which is the majority of things in there. And like the snowy area was, dear lord, it was a lot to deal with. think out of balance my stamina would go down massively for having to block all that. No. Because the shield itself would block so much from the get-go, the amount of damage they would be doing is what ends up removing on the stamina. So it just sort of turned into minimal stamina damage to the point where even blocking the slow charge was fast enough to keep me having my shield up. The only way it would actually go down is if I was like poking like crazy with my weapon. That's the only way. But I was impressed. I was like, wow, I can literally take on everything. But again, there was the odd. Literally, there was a handful of creatures in the entirety of the game that I'd have to be a bit careful on. Because of large hitboxes and the like. Good fun though, because I don't usually play a shield build. If I go by previous Souls games, I always had like a big chunky great hammer of sorts, or club. I remember in Dark Souls 3 I really liked using the basically a giant bit of wood. It was a big ass club. And there was a similar thing in Elden Ring, where you could do the same sort of thing. It even had an art, a holy art, which would launch projectiles. So it was like, yeah, I'm big and slow, but I do that swing, they dodge the swings, probably get hit by my holy magic. Good times. The slowness of that weapon really throws people off though, because it's not a weapon most tend to go for. Oh, that was probably one thing I had to be careful of. Bleed builds. Because even with blocking, your bleed is still like, the meter would still build up. Ironically, when you're blocking, it seems to still count of blocking the bleed damage to a degree. So, you know, usually you'd lose a massive chunk of your health to such things, depending on the build. But because I was blocking when it would happen, it would remove like 15% of my health. Still a chunk, but I could afford to take a few bleed hits. But that game was a bit of a shame. I was going to end up playing with some friends on that one, and when I wanted to join them, I basically got told no, because the invasions that they were kind of worried about, when they did happen, they liked that it was 2-on-2, and they actually had fun with it. So if I joined, it would have been 3v1, and I'm just like, oh. And then there came the point where I had to go back to work, so I couldn't play as much, whereas they could continue playing all day kind of thing. So I'd be coming back and they caught up to where I was, and found areas ahead of things that I hadn't got to yet. And then we're like, get these things, look at these awesome things, and I was just like, I was having fun exploring every inch as I was going forward. This is quite a ways ahead of where I am, so I didn't really have fun with that, which I think they picked up on because they didn't really do it again. And I ended up just playing the whole game on my own again. No surprise. Oh well. Victor, hello. Welcome in. How are you doing? How's your day been today so far? Hope it's been going well. Hopefully everyone's able to rest decently and relax. I can hear the young one. Bless him. Thank you for the follow. Thank you kindly. Some blowing. That's the blowing. Manages to make the lips surprisingly dry very quickly. But I guess you are blowing air between them, so makes sense. And thank you for the follow. Thank you kindly. See, I end up saying that as like Atha River, which is probably not correct at all. I'm very bad with trying to say names. I think Atha would be okay. Much wow. Wow. I was turning around to grab things that are far away. I see. I see, I see. agree. Hello, welcome in. It's been a little. How goes? How have you been? Understandable. Has it been busy for you then? Like, been more tiring? It's good that you're doing well, otherwise. Ah, I see. Understandable. I went on them like Elite Dangerous recently, because I know they've been adding ships. And they added one that had like a very ridiculously far jump range. Because I think mine goes to like 79, I think. And the new one was supposed to go to like 91 if you've set it up properly. But I kind of don't like how it looks. I'm glad to hear it, Art. Sounds like a very chill time. Which is always a grand time to have, especially in this day and age. I was the same, Grey. I hadn't played in a long while, and I'm pretty sure I was a lot more... So, go by where the area of like Earth would be, and most of the area down in the sort of south east quadrant, so to speak. Just shy of the south quadrant, I guess, of the galaxy. I'm pretty sure I was like west, very, very west of the center of our galaxy. And yet, for some reason, it moved me and put me a lot closer. And half of my data, like my scanning data that I had disappeared. I know it had been a long time since I'd been on the game, but still. And then I had a really weird thing. I set my travel route to get back home, and then I told it to only include the stars that have fuel. For some reason it kept jumping me to stars that had no fuel, which I know probably means like, oh, there was nothing near to me. But again, I was in a good place before, so I wouldn't have been surrounded in an area which was terrible. So, because they moved me really close, because I remember I was like hundreds of jumps away from getting back to our sector, pretty much. And then suddenly it changed to 30, and I'm like, there's no way in hell I was 30 jumps away from getting back. So yeah, they've moved me because I was gone for so long to a safer place, which is really annoying. I mean, maybe it could have been destroyed. I was very, very west though, like northwest. I was very far away. I thought I was away from all of that, but maybe not. Because I know, yeah, I know when you'd blow up one of, I can't remember what it was, but something got blown up to do with the Thargoids, and it basically sent you extremely far away. Like say the star was in the center of the system you were in, it would actually put you to like the outer edges when they exploded or something. It was ridiculous. I remember seeing some videos on it. But yeah, it'd been a long time since I've been on it either. And then I kind of wasn't motivated anyway, because I got the new ship and I don't have half the stuff to have it, to give it the ability to have like a 91 light year jump. So I was like, and it kind of like looks like a fighter jet kind of, and I'm just like, not my go-to for a design in space where you don't need aerodynamics. Because there's no wind. I mean, sure, you got energy and stuff that goes through, but it's not the wind. Apparently No Man's Sky has like yet again had another major update thing. I don't know why, I've never gotten into No Man's Sky. Like, there are things in it that look very interesting, but I don't like that it's kind of part survival game. I can't be arsed with that aspect of it. But I know it has a lot of stuff, so maybe I should like give it a go again. And get confused by it. Honestly, I don't know what next game to play. I thought it'd be Uncharted 4, but there's so many games. Oops. I just had a random thought, but you know what would be nice with a Pokemon game? That they actually give you the choice of what starter Pokemon you get to start with. And I don't mean of the 3 options, I mean they let you see the entire Pokédex and go, which one would you like to start with? Within reason, I feel. Like no legendaries and no I don't know, no something else, but it could be cool. Project Zomboid. I know the game. Did I have it? Which was the one I got? No. No. I haven't played it, but I've always like looked at it and I've seen others play it. It's been an interesting one, that game. Actually, is it? Thank you, Steam, for not doing your thing. That was why. I was waiting for it to get out of early access, but it's been in early access for a really long time. And nice to see the recent events and announcements says that the current version is unstable. But I like that. Very fun with build 42. And then you're on their page, they're like, version 42.11, unstable. And they're like, or is it that they fixed the unstableness? Several CPU and memory usage optimizations. It even tells you to back it up first. That's hilarious. And thank you for the follow. Thank you kindly. But I was going to wait until it came out of early access, but it seems one of those games that doesn't want to come out of early access. Because while you can very much enjoy a game with its early access, for sure, I know usually by the time they'd go to release it, they've either, well, they've most probably added a crap ton of stuff, changed quite major things, or something else. So I usually tend not to try early access, with a few exceptions. Like, I know there's one I'm playing that's still in early access, but it seems like the kind of thing where having early knowledge of the game would help when it comes to whenever it has its main launch. But that is crazy that they're on 42. That's insane. But it does look interesting. It looks like a cool game. I think I would probably enjoy it. I'm just waiting. Actually, when did they put it on Steam? I feel like it's been a few years. It's been more than a few years. Bloody 8th of November 2013. Give it 2 more years and it would have been in early access for 10 years. Holy. That's wow. That's quite insane. I'm surprised there's not like a time limit for early access. The naming sense still seems stupid to me, but it should basically just be called beta testing, because that's what it is. It's beta testing. Granted, I don't know, because people are paying. By that point, that's a product, regardless of how you want to call it. So it's a product where the consumer is paying to test your game, which isn't even a beta. It's, I don't know what you'd call it. But I get it, like the early access is so that they can focus on working on it while they're making it and not have to worry about monies and the like. But still, 2013, that's a pretty lengthy early access. But I vaguely remember when it came out, it didn't have too much, to be fair. It had... Oh yeah. I'm not saying it's a bad game or anything. I just trying to get my head around early access. Usually it's like well, it should only be like a year or two, but for I think most people it's probably several years and then it pops out. But it looks cool. Like, I like the idea of going around trying to get what you need without, you know, dying. Without the zombies coming after you and overwhelming you. And I like that it has those... It gives me the vibes of... it could be an everyday, normal situation of a place that you're going into. Maybe something you're very much used to doing in a place, because it doesn't look like anything particularly fancy. But then something happens and it sets off a chain of other things, and then it just turns into a major situation, and then you've got to be like quick at dealing with it so that you don't, you know, get done in. And I like that it has those sorts of things. Definitely a cool game. I was just surprised that it's still in early access, that's all. Definitely a cool game to watch as well. So they had, by the looks of it, they've had up and downs with the game and financial stuff. So that's why it's kind of like they were probably at a time running into financial issues for a time and had to like focus on sorting that out while also trying to do stuff for the game. So I imagine at one point it probably slowed development wise, which is understandable. It happens. But kudos to them for sticking with it and wanting to make what they want to make. It takes a lot of dedication to do that in the first place. And dealing with a financial situation can definitely be very stressful. But it looks like they're in a stable position now which is good. But I am definitely a patient sort, so when that eventually pops out of early access, I will definitely give it a go. I like that people have set things that they are looking for as well. I think mine's kind of turning into a weird hybrid game that I'm waiting for at this point in time. Like, I'd like a really good RPG, but at the same time, it would be something else at this. It'd be something else, but I can't put my finger on it. Pochi. I also hope when they're done with it all, that, you know, it like it gets a big, like, oh look, it's coming out, release version, and lots of people hop on it, because that'd be nice for them, after working on it for so long, to have their game just do immensely well. Triglui! Hello, welcome in. Big fan? What are you a big fan of? follow. Thank you kindly. That brush is definitely dying. More. Rigby. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. You got a nugget? Wait, was that a chicken nugget or a gold nugget? I think it was a chicken nugget. But thank you. I appreciate that. It is kind of you. Let me... I should have you. I should. Just, I don't know why the names are hard to bloody find. There we go. Whoosh. Oh. Wait. Good stuff. I got it on the tail. Yeah. It goes well, thank you. Just relaxing and chill, I guess. Hope your day's been going okay today. Just been, well, a mixture of rambling here and there and then just doing sounds, I guess. But such 8 months. 1 more month and it will be a baby. So they say. A sub, baby. That means you'll get the next badge as well. I think. What's it on now, actually? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it is 6. Yeah. So when you hit 9 months, you'll have 9 tails. I'm gonna have to get... How's it already been that long already? I'm gonna have to get like more badges for past a year. And I'll try and make them look like, well, something cute for past the first year. Because I thought tails were a nice idea, and then I've just made it like, I don't know, maybe it's hard to understand. Too much black. So yeah, I'll look into something cute. I don't know what though. People tend to stick with like food types, I feel. But yeah, it is a calming Saturday, a chill time for people, a sleepy time for others. That sounds about right for how it goes. With moi. Welcome in. Yeah, I tend to talk in this one most of the time. I'm bad at alternating. Mainly because my own left ear is terrible and I can't hear crap from it. It's like, I can talk from here. Yeah, a lot of people tend to get that. They're like, oh, I can only hear out the right. What's going on? This is how ASMR mics work though. I'm not too sure how people usually talk in general. You know, when they're coming out of both. Whether they're using their own microphone, like a non-ASMR one, or they're just talking in the middle. Thank you for the follow. Thank you kindly. Like, if I talk in the middle, you can't really hear me, so I tend not to do that. Set up a DAC so you can hear both your PC and the PS5 at the same time. Noise. Hopefully that wasn't too much of a ball ache for you, because I know they can be a bit awkward. Yeah, I know the Blue Yetis are usually good for those things. Wow, the tappies of the ears, I see. Oh blimey, I see. It's similar pricing to the 3DO, except that this isn't the 3DO, so that's fine. Finally someone that knows what a binaural 2 is. Because I usually say it and then people are like, oh, is that like basically a copy or a cheap version of the 3DO? And I'm like, no, it's the same, or if not better. Like, the ears are deeper for a start. Rigby, if you've listened to like a lot of Noodle, she uses the same mic for her ASMR side of things with triggers, because she has her big main mic, although she might have changed her setup But I know she did use, or she might still use it, I can't remember. Noodle has more experience than me as well, and her setup's a lot more professional. And I do have a normal mic that I could talk from, but apparently I echo when I do that. Probably because this one ends up picking up my voice. Else I would try and do both. But I don't get how people manage to talk on a normal mic without the ASMR mic picking up their voice to carry on doing triggers. Because then I could talk normally to people and I'd come out of both ears. I did try putting this in mono, but it sounds not that great when I do that. So I tend not to put it in mono. Then again, what's the point of having a binaural mic if you're gonna switch it to mono? What are we in, 2025? I think I've been listening to ASMR for about 8 years. That's how you found it. That's fair. Hey Toby, welcome in. Everybody's got a hornet's head. That's almost disturbing in a way. Then you discovered the binaural mic test video. That is fair. And yeah, they were like lengthy tappies, but they were tappies, so there we go. I used to listen to a lot of ASMR on YouTube, and then since I started streaming, I've kind of not really been listening to ASMR on YouTube. I've been mainly trying to figure things out. Fireside. A nice way of spelling it for double meaning. There are a lot of good ones, to be fair. There's a general quality around ASMR, but like certain people do like certain triggers nicely. Like there's no one person that is like the pinnacle, for me at least. There's just a lot of good ones. I hope you had a good rest though, Toby. Hope things weren't so bad. How did the eye test go? Yeah, I still don't know what I'm doing. I'm just doing things. I'm just doing things. Yeah, money saved. Yeah, most people's, if your eyesight is in good health, doesn't tend to change that much. They'll probably say come see them again in like, as long as they didn't find any weird things when they were checking, they'll just be like, come see us again in like 2 or 3 years, and even then it's kind of like pointless. That's fair. Yeah, because when they give you your prescription stuff, there's like very little information on it, and you're just like, what's okay with this? So, oh, that's very good then. And hey Ishmael, welcome in. Yeah, I'm doing alright, thank you. It is a calming Saturday. Hope you're doing well today. Yeah, that's good though, that you haven't had to change your glasses even after a long time. Mine, thank you. My eyesight is, it's always changed slightly over time, but then I started leaving bigger gaps because I was like, what's the point of having a test every few years when it's barely changing? Like, what? There is no point. I only went recently due to the fact that my eyes were being very weird, but they still haven't changed by much. And I kind of wish I didn't get a new pair of glasses. My old ones were actually quite big, which was nice because if it was windy or, you know, you need guards for your eyes, they did well. Like, they covered my sides well, and they just covered everywhere. Well, so the next time I get a pair of glasses, I'm just gonna get that frame and tell them, fit them to this frame please. And they'll be like, they'll probably say something, I'll just be like, nope, fit them to this frame. Like, these glasses did me well, and they're honestly a lot more sturdier than my current ones I'm wearing. My previous pair were like sturdy as hell, and a real good pair of glasses, just very big. My new ones are smaller, but I don't know, they feel cheap. And they make weird sounds when I move them ever so slightly. I'd probably say the frame is like slightly warped or something, and it's like, I don't care, it's a good frame, use them. They technically would be expensive as well. I just gotta make sure wherever I go to get my eyes done next time, I pick a good place. Don't know where. Like, it was slightly amusing when, because my yeah, things were sorted, kind of, in a funny way. Oh, a wild Ashley. Hello, Ashley. Welcome in. Where's the coffee? Where's the coffee? You're opening it. Wait, you're opening? I like how you put that. I got to open my store. It's mine. Understandable. Stay safe, Toby. Liquid's up. If there's any strange person, throw the cash register at them, even if it's empty. They're good throwing items. I don't know why that's in my head, but there you go. It's all yours. Turning it and just turn it into a Magic the Gathering place. There you go, sorted. And no problem, Ashley. Always. Yeah. Games went well yesterday. I ended up lurking. I always end up lurking in people's places, and then I'm like, I don't want to like interrupt them, so I just stay quiet. Oh wait, are they both there? Yes. Such googly eyes. Thank you, kitty. Whoa, 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 whoa. Googly. Great googly moogly. But I did end up, oh god, the brain. Hello! Hello. I hope you're doing well. Hope today's nice. But yeah, I completed Ratchet and Clank yesterday. So another game down. Woo! It was visually hectic a lot of the times, but a good game, a good game. Whoosh 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 whoosh, whoosh 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 whoosh. Anyway, I shall have a drink. Stretching. I think I'm okay. Yeah. Well, fingers don't count, but you for the follow. Thank you kindly. Bocci. But I hope everyone's doing well. The days have been alright so far. And you know, it's not been too crazy. Or if you're needing particular things to help get you through your day, then by all means. Must remember to alternate. It's quite amusing actually for those that end up noticing that I keep talking in one ear. Most of the time it's not mentioned because I think I'm just watched through a phone, and obviously a phone has either top or bottom, usually, so I guess it's not really evident that I'm talking in one ear. But yeah. Oh. Can do the globe again. Only now do I end up thinking of things and I'm like, the music should technically be on the verge of barely hearing, but you notice it's there. For me, this sounds clear as day that it's there. And I turned it down. If I turn it down anymore, it's going to be off. How's it so loud for? I mean, I think it's okay. Hard to say. All the pebbles. It's been a while for them. Come here, pebbles. Oh, okay. Where's that? I can disappear for a bit. Right. Those were the pebbles, technically. I say technically, they were. And thank you for the follow. Yeah, the redeems just work of... You pick the thing that you'd like or think that you'd like, and then I end up doing them. Well, I mean, ASMR is generally used to help calm people and also help them sleep. Has a fair range of what people want to use it for, at least in terms of ASMR. The microphones themselves were never originally made for ASMR. They have stupidly sensitive mics because they're used for capturing particular audios that you might want to capture out and about. It's how a lot of films and games and such get their sound effects for certain things. Deep breathing. See, I seem to go about doing deep breathing in a very different way from how others seem to do it. For the most part, deep breathing should be like kind of you're asleep doing the thing. I seem to do it as if I'm holding and letting out my breath for ages, but I'll do both. I say. It's good fun when the other people in the house have issues currently with their respiratory system. Yay. But that was the deep breathing. I thought I'd try it that way instead of doing it the echoey way with very exaggerated breathing. But thank you for the headpats. And the googly. Great googly moogly. Great googly moogly. The keyboard, eh? Let me get my notepad. Works better. The keyboard. was the keyboard. Not a very, well, it's not a clacky one, and I'm pretty sure it's not mechanical. It's just, ironically one geared towards art, which is amusing in its own right. Ooh. And yes, thank you for the headbuds earlier. Surprisingly, I feel quite warm. Don't know why. A lot of the stuff tends not to make sense. Not because of spelling things, but like, I have to think of what I'm writing. So a lot of it just is like, I don't know what to put. Oh, I should try doing this. Or like, the typing sounds are fairly quiet, so I hope they can be heard, kind of thing. Such falling asleep. As long as it's not bad to fall asleep again, it's never a bad thing. But yeah, mainly how my keyboard is a fairly light one to type on. So I was mainly writing about that being heard okay. I see. It is the afternoon. Well, if you're still in bed somehow, then and you don't want to doze off, then getting out of bed is generally a good start. Splash your face with something. Goodness. But I know the feeling of like, I twisted this so quickly. I know the feeling of it's the afternoon and you don't want to doze back off. Especially if you don't want most of your day already gone anyway. Although to be fair, if I was somehow getting up at 2 or 3 in the afternoon, I would already be like, oh, it's late-ish. Depends if you have anything you want to do for the day though. If there's not much and you want to laze around, then that's fine. It is the weekend after all, and it is nice when we can use them to rest. I know not everybody can, but that's precisely why it's nice when you're able to. the only time I tend to wake up at like 2 or 3 in the afternoon is if I went to bed at like 7 or 8 in the morning. That's the only way that would happen. Because I used to do that. There's so many games though. The games I'm keeping an eye on, by the way. I mean, quite a few of them aren't even out yet, so that's okay. Praise. But like, Hell Is Us is one that I had an eye on. It looks quite interesting, and apparently it's a game that doesn't really hold your hand in telling you where to go, which is always nice. It's kind of like you do find clues, and it sort of tells you the general gist. It's one of those, I think, because there was a demo, it's one of those where it tells you like the area, it doesn't tell you, it doesn't put markers anywhere or anything. It's just like, oh yeah, by the tree that has the blue mark, and then you know you could be wandering around for some time, not knowing which direction this tree with the blue mark could be, and eventually you just wander into a more secluded area that, because there's trees all around anyway, but you go to an area that's just swarmed in them, and eventually you stumble across like a beaten path, and there's like a blue marked tree, and you're like, oh okay, so somewhere around here, that kind of thing. So I like those kind of things, because it basically means go explore on your own, find all the goodies, and I like that sort of thing. What else was I keeping an eye on? Oh yeah, Fantasy Life. I'm waiting for Fantasy Life to go on sale. It's taking 20 years. Daemon X Machina was another one. Originally I didn't think much of it because I thought it was just a mech game. But they've released Titanic Scion, which I thought was just like, I don't know, either DLC or something from the first game. No, turns out it's an open world mech game, done in a similar vein to Xenoblade Chronicles X, and it's not Armored Core, but they have things that kind of look like Armored Core. But I think if you're going to be in the mech genre, you're gonna get stuff that look like those. But yeah, I was surprised. I liked Xenoblade Chronicles X. It was an interesting game. So I'm all for having a game that is apparently like that. Very much so. So I'll keep an eye on that one. Still a bunch that isn't released yet. Sword of the Sea looks cool. For anyone that might be familiar with like Journey, Flower, Flow, what else did they make? Those kind of games, if anyone knows of those games. It's one of those, you'll bring in the sea back to a place that's basically a desert. So that looks pretty cool. Yes, this is where we get to the horror section. Kronos, The New Dawn, which apparently it's done by the people that did the the Silent Hill 2 remake, but this is their own game. because people were thinking it's maybe like Dead Space, because it's a third-person shooter, and it's horror, so people tend to always end up saying Dead Space. We'll see how that goes. It looks cool. It looks cool. Another one was... I'm only going for the games that are currently released, by the way. Other than Silent Hill F, but that's this month. Oh, wait, Silent Hill F comes out just as I'm going back to work. That's amazing. Yeah. But those are a few I'm keeping an eye on. They look cool. So we shall see. Obviously I'm gonna wait till they're on sale, because I'm not gonna pay full price for a game in this day and age. For all the games. I'd run out of money quickly. as people do tend to get interested in that because of its name. It is, as it states, it is a drum. Just the shapes it has on the top of it are shaped like a tongue, so that's why it's called a tongue drum. Whoosha. Mute that for a bit. I think normal reverb was okay. Yes. Basically, it's a pocket version I have there, so it only has about 6 notes, which you can't even really play a song on it, but you can do little tunes. And half of Twinkle Twinkle. I think the proper drums have 8 or 9 to hit, and they're quite a bit bigger. And you'd probably need like a handful of them to be able to play a song, because again, each one has a note that it will be able to forever play, a bit like a keyboard and piano that has many keys. been a long time since I've done the tongue jump. Doesn't get selected too often. Also, I ended up thinking about it, of like how animes have gone, you know, how it's usually sword wielders that are the main focus for a protag, wielding a sword and all that stuff, and trying to be cool, I guess. If you look at a lot more, especially over the years, a lot more protags are instead like magic based. Magic is usually geeky, but over the years they've been making it seem more cool to wield magic, which I don't know why people wouldn't think magic is cool. Can you imagine if we could wield magic? That'd be awesome. Doesn't always have to be destructive. But I like that they've made more protags be magic based. Get the feeling the last sort of great time for video gaming probably was around when the PS3 and the 360 were out, because that was quite a major change. Or just every iteration was kind of good, but then after that generation, I don't know, it's steadily been getting a bit so-so. But that's okay, because we end up having the gems stick out. Speaking of gems, hey big chum! How are you doing? How goes your Saturday so far? I see. Just don't have a meltdown, yeah? Don't have a meltdown. Definitely need to find a hobby. As in something to distract you, even if it's running. Although I'm not the best at that. Actually, that said, around like my late teens, I did start playing rugby. So, who knows with that one. Although it wasn't until like the 20s section where things were getting a bit more chaotic. And I wasn't doing anything at that point, so I'm not really one to talk. But finding something to distract you is always a good thing. Especially if it's something that can end up benefiting you even after. So either something that's good for you or just something that will be a kind of useful skill to have at the end. You took a quiz and you think that quiz knows everything about you. Don't be daft. Quizzes can be pretty good and pretty decent, but they're not gonna like have you down to a T for everything. So it is a good step. Good quizzes can be very helpful. Agree, the thing about the 6th generation being the last great console gen, it was such a leap from the previous gens, and now each gen is just a slight improvement, but not a major change. Yeah, like, because obviously we'll just go by Sony standards because it's Microsoft wasn't originally around back way when, but when you had, you know, the PS1 to the PS2, that was enough of an upgrade. Then the PS2 to the PS3 was definitely an upgrade. Absolutely was. And eventually people got around to being more creative with their games. So that was good. And then we got to the PS4. Still some good ones there. I'm not saying that there's no good games anymore. Still good games, but a lot more crap came along and more mainstream stuff, so it's harder to find the good things. And then yeah, PS5 is, again, there's some interesting ones, but there's been no I don't know, there's just been no... It doesn't help that when people make games nowadays, they just rely on the power of the machine to do all the work, the heavy lifting for them, so to speak, to get their game running. And I don't get why games are like this anymore. Your very Christian mother, that you may be polyamorous after trying to come out twice. Yeah, I can understand the family aspect of things. Not everyone's family is going to be understanding and easy with those sorts of things, especially if their own. Especially if religion's involved, it complicates things. So, understandable. There's a lot of negativity around AI in video games, but they could use AI for NPCs. Oh yeah, I already... The main uproar people have for AI, for the most part, is to do with the artistic side of things. People don't want AI drawing things for them, creating in that sense for people. That's the only thing people have issues with. But AI can be very useful. It can do a lot of the menial things, and that is the way some people are going with the NPCs. You can end up having very complex, crazy NPCs and make very interesting characters just from that, because they essentially... NPCs would effectively get an upgrade. They are actually becoming their own being more so than they would have been in the past, instead of a copy-paste, you know, few lines person it turns into. No, they have these set parameters of how they should be for a character, and now suddenly you've got someone way more believable. So it could definitely be very interesting. And yeah, optimization has gone down the drain lately, and everyone's using Unreal Engine. I'm all for using a very nice to use and easy to use engine. However, when nobody is bothering to optimize their games, it makes me sad. When it's like, oh, this looks cool. What engine is this using? Unreal Engine 5. Oh god. That's what it turns into. Zeno, hello. Welcome in. Apparently EA said they don't want Battlefield to rely on DLSS, which is great and strange coming from EA. Most likely the people making Battlefield were adamant towards EA and pointed out a lot of things to EA of why. And EA usually only listens to their developers when they need their game to do well, because their previous stuff hasn't been doing so good. So Battlefield 2142 didn't do very well. Well, I mean in the sense of like, it initially sold well, but people were quick to realise it wasn't a very good game. It wasn't a Battlefield game. And yeah, the whole point of that game is that it runs really well, it runs really smoothly, but people have an image of Battlefield, and it depends on where you started with Battlefield. Most started around 3 and 4, which was when they introduced the destructive stuff and all that other stuff. And it's not a game where you go like COD, where you're running around like a crazy person, sliding everywhere, pew-pews. Like, people in real life don't fight like that, and that's not what Battlefield was meant to be. Battlefield is basically an arcadey milsim shooter. That's what Battlefield is. So it has some sense of realism in there, with the way the weapons are supposed to work and your movement. I babbled. It's always the same, it's just a phase, it's because of the internet. I see. That would definitely get frustrating, big chum. I can understand then. You're trying to mention, and you'd think they'd clock on after a time where, if it's been so long, that it's not a phase and that it is you. Sadly, that's what those sorts of things do to people though. Blinders. I don't know why they end up refusing. Faith is a powerful tool. But yeah. I think that's just confusion setting in due to the fact that her own belief is, because you're very susceptible to how others perceive you. So because your mom has a really strong view herself, it's hard to keep your own sense of self and not have it be overridden by what someone else is thinking and telling you. Just think back on how long you've been this way, and it most likely is not a phase. If it's been with you for so long, and with how you end up reacting, it is who you are. That's why you're excited for GTA 6, as they use their own engine and have always had a high standard with their game. That is true. Despite how they are, thank you for the head pats, of, wanting a load of money, they at least, they try to go full ham with their games and be very detailed with the stuff that they do, which is cool. Personally, I don't get into their games anymore, but I can still look at their games and go, damn, that's really good. And I can see why people get into them so much. The only thing I ended up doing on GTA 5 way back when was just having played tennis for a really long time. Yes, you are. You are perfectly good as you are, Pikachum. That is how you be. You like what you like, and that is you. But yes, focus on homework. Do your homework, even if you don't want to. Get it done. It sounds so demanding. Do your homework. It will help you if you get it done, so it would be nice if you could do your homework. And don't fret too much. I know you think of how others perceive things, but don't think too much on it. Of how others want you to be. That isn't you. Good stuff. You are doing wonderfully today. You're doing very good. I approve of the doing of homework. Just happy to know. Oh dear. Oh, good lord. Goodness gracious. Just get food shoved at me. It's so early for food, holy balls. But yeah, like considering we've been having like remakes galore or remasters galore, there's so many good games from the past that they could easily remake to bring to a new bunch. Like, I know it seems like a cash grab half the time, and depending on how they do like a remaster, it can be. But there's so many games that would be awesome to bring back just so people can play them in this day and age. You know, whether it be they weren't around back then, or it was just something they missed. That would be awesome. Hey Rain, welcome in. Hello. It's good to see you. How goes? How are you doing? Are you rested enough? Because I can think of plenty of interesting games. Not necessarily the best, but they were very interesting for their ideas, and either I'd like remasters of them, or at the very least for someone to try their hand at it in this day and age. So Time and Eternity is a good one, in the sense of it had a very interesting, unique idea, and I would like for someone to try that again. You're doing well, it's been a rough week. A rough week? It sounds like you need a hug. Come here. Have a hug. Have a hug. Good job today. Oh, I'll peer through a bit. Good job getting through today. I'm glad you made it through. It can be a crazy week, a crazy month. God, I've had crazy months. But you're doing the best that you can do right now, and you've survived this week. You have made it. So, if you are able to get some good rest, well, you know, good rest, relax if you're able to, treat yourself to something nice. It doesn't have to be something crazy, just a little something to acknowledge that you've made it through the week and you've done good. So, I'm glad you've made it through the week. Yes. Oh, and I completed Ratchet and Clank yesterday and unlocked challenge mode. Yeah, of course. Yes. But my main thing I wanted to do with that game was complete it. And it crashed. Can I give spoilers? It's not a spoiler for you, but I mean in general for everybody else. I don't think it's really a spoiler. Basically, in the... Is it actually the last fight? No, the bit before the last fight. So when you're battling the very big last fight, before the very last fight, when I was fighting him, it decided to crash on me, and I was like, ah. Oh, and awesome. Also, I got him to like 24%, and then I fell off the edge. And the checkpoint save was all the way having him back up to 75%. So I had to go through that again. I was pew-pewing and I just like jumped off the side because I thought the platform was below. No, there's a gap. I didn't know there was a gap, so I just like fell and I'm like, oh. And then, yeah, I had to restart from 75% again and whittle him down. I see, I see. There is actually a setting to make it so that you can't fall off the side, but where's the fun in that? I feel like that's a part of the experience. You don't turn that off. I'm not being held by the hand. If I jump off the edge, I've jumped off the edge. That's my own fault of not being aware of my surroundings. So, yes. Yes, not all of them, but I would agree. The checkpoints are fairly odd. Like, some of them were okay. It was during a phase of bosses, which was okay, but some of them put it where you were like, oh, you failed this slight thing. Whether it be because you took too long or, you know, yeah, like you fell off the side or something. And then you end up having the sequence all before the part again. And it's just like, really? I've got to do all this? Or one of them, I remember one of them where I had to keep going through the cutscene every time. And I'm just like, why is the checkpoint before the cutscene? And you can't skip the cutscene. I don't think. So it's just like, yeah, some of the checkpoints are a bit odd in the game. But either way, I'm very happy for that sprinkler, by the way, because it just, one, visually looks very nice, and two, the CC on it is insane. Like, it's such a helpful tool, because I was trying to level up all the weapons, but in the end I said sod it, and I just used the weapons that were fun to use. I mean, they're all fun, but like some of the others weren't upgraded yet, and I couldn't be asked to try and use them to level them up because they were annoying me. So yeah, the sprinkler, the Doom Glove thing, which summons the minions, which you can summon loads of, the Mr. Fungi thing, who again is awesome. So yeah, the sprinkler and the summons, and even the electric gun was nice because it stuns them for a time when they get electrocuted. Oh yes, I have a question. If you remember, it was a pretty powerful gun. It was like a machine gun, but it called it like the black hole something. Was it black hole? I'm pretty sure it was black hole. It fired like pink or purple bullets, so to speak, and it had a lot of ammo. It was like a machine gun. Yeah, what does it actually do? Because it just looks like a machine gun. Like, was there some... because it can overheat as well. But, like, I didn't see anything that did anything to do with black holes. So, was there another function to it or something? Did I miss something? Or was there like a particular way to use it of... I don't know. No, I don't know. That gun confused me. its name sounded cool, and then it just turned into a really strong machine gun. So I was like, well, sorry, I say machine gun as if it's like an assault rifle, more of like an LMG, but it was very strange. Good damage, but there was nothing like a black hole about it, so I got confused. Forget how it works unupgraded, but as you power it up, when it lands a killing shot on the enemy, it makes a black hole AoE explosion. I see. So it's effects after the fact. Because I was using it on bosses. That's why I never noticed. Well, no, I wasn't using it on bosses. I was using it on like the bigger enemies that were like tougher to kill. But that would explain a lot. I see. And I hadn't really upgraded it yet. I see. So, at max upgrades, it's like a huge explosion that wipes all the trash from there. Ah. Yeah, I did notice, like, when you really upgrade the weapons, they were stupidly good. I also noticed that the rocket launcher, actually pretty damn good, and I barely even upgraded the damn thing. So, I like the rocket launcher. Like, there's so many good weapons in that game. Personally, the only issue I had with Ratchet and Clank is the fact that you're having to change weapons an awful lot. And I get that you're probably supposed to use particular types of weapons depending on the type of situation you were in, as well as the type of enemies you were facing, because I think I noticed some enemies were more susceptible to certain guns than others. But sweet mercy, you are switching weapons a lot. A lot. And half the time, like, I'm trying to listen to the dialogue that the characters are saying while fighting, but I can't because I'm having to, like, go into the menu to switch to weapons, and then it just turns into, because it's slowing down time, I'm not really hearing what they're saying, and I thought it kind of took away a bit. Like, it's good having chaotic gunfights and not really knowing what's going on, but at the same time, yeah, there was just an awful lot. So I was suspecting that it's a very knowledge base of use the correct gun for the type of enemy that you are facing. A Swiss Army knife box things of guns where every situation has good options, but you... yeah. Oh, I also had it, and this is what bugged me. I kept having it where it kept changing the... This was near towards the end. It kept changing the weapon I had been using. So there's me where I think I've got like the black hole gun selected, and suddenly it switches to using the bloody cold gun, and I'm just like, that's not what I had selected. And when I was thinking, oh, maybe I'm accidentally hitting something on the D-pad, because the D-pad is used for changing at least in those directions, but like, not for the angular ones, because it holds like, what, 8 weapons? 8 or 9? And I have to hold triangle for that. And I wasn't holding triangle. It just kept switching my weapons now and again. And I kept having it, and I think this is to do with my controller, because it does do it with some other games. I'm holding the trigger to aim, and it's not doing anything. and I'm just like trying to shoot the weapons, and it's just like being funny with me. But yeah, that would be like my only critique I have, mainly, majorly, of the game, is that I'm switching a heck of a lot, and it kind of almost disrupts the flow of combat for me. But I can see what they want you to do. I did understand. I just didn't have enough knowledge for the, you know, oh, I should be using this weapon against this type of person kind of thing. It could have been the ones on the D-pad, because those don't always match with the weapon wheel or the weapon. Oh, that's a bloody stupid thing, isn't it? But I would agree with that, because I remember I would have, like, I'd go to hit up on the D-pad and I know what's on them, and it wouldn't select the things that was meant to be on the up. When you tap the button that brings up the weapon wheel, it swaps to your last weapon. Oh, is that the case? Oh, I was probably doing that then. Maybe I was hitting it by accident when I didn't want to. I see. Slightly. Slightly. There's no such thing as slightly doom scrolling. It's called doom scrolling for a reason. And so you can choose which weapons you want on quick select. You can set them wherever you have the wheel open. Yeah. Initially I did change how I had the wheel set up. Because it was going to be like damage weapons on one, and then sort of more utility weapons on another. But then I ended up getting so many weapons that yeah. No complaint of the variety of weapons you have, because holy, they give you a range of weapons, a good arsenal. Almost 3. Yeah, I didn't even manage to get all the weapons. I still had like 2 more to get. I like the cold glove thingy though. You could freeze them and then they sort of start sliding, but then you could bring up the you know, the shield gun, and then sort of just blast them, and then they go shooting, and if there's an edge, they just like slide off the edge. It's quite funny. And if you managed to freeze one that was hovering in midair, not with anything below, they would just sort of fall to their doom. It's quite funny. Yeah. Like, I can see how you can get very creative with all the weapons and have a good laugh. And yeah, I apparently found what the meta was, which is understandable because that thing is bloody broken. But I like that it's broken. I hate when games try to balance things to the point where it's like, oh, we don't want to give you something overpowered. It's like, no, give me overpowered things, and just instead make it so that it's a bit more bonkers instead. Which is kind of what they did. There was so much going on that it was like, oh my god. Put that there. What does that even mean, big chum? What does that mean? But, to be fair, the only chaotic part where it was a bit overwhelming. Wasn't even like all the numbers of the enemies on the screen. It was just when you'd be smashing boxes, and if you smashed a lot of them all at once, the debris and the nuts and bolts were just like, whoa. I like how I get part of those words and then it's lost on me. Very lost on me. You're losing it. Don't lose it. And that honestly sounds like some weird Mario Kart stuff. Well, I will go a bit longer than I intended, because I usually stick to around like 4 hours. But I will go a bit longer because my food is still piping hot, which is good. It can chill and then not put me in a sweat afterwards. But by the end of Ratchet and Clank, with the credits, I like the little song with the Nefariouses at the end. That was amusing. Oh, what do I have for food? I have a bento. Well, they say a bento. It's katsu curry. Katsu curry with an egg and some wieners and stuff. So, tasty food. Yes. It is very tasty indeed. Trying to go with the cat. But yes. Yeah, it was good fun. My end percentage of completion was 81%. So I don't think that's too bad, considering. Yeah, I'd say it's fun. I know, not too bad, considering I wasn't like actively trying to find everything under the sun. And I'm happy with that percentage, because if it was like any higher, so like closer to 90 or around 90 and above, I'd be like, I only have a few left, so I may as well carry on. But 81, I'm fine with that. That can be how it stays for me. I don't get too fussed with collectibles, to be fair. Only if it's an RPG, where, you know, I can carry on after I've finished the game. Yeah. Wait, leveling all weapons to 10? So do they purposely lock it to 5 for your first playthrough and you can't get them to 10 until you basically complete the game once? Because it did say like the weapons would have more upgrades. Oh my god, that's insane. Yep, I am fine with going through once. can see how some of them would take an absolute age to level up. You think you should haunt a narrative? Haunt a narrative? Why do you want to haunt a narrative? Oh, my back. That's the main point of challenge mode. They throw way more money at you, and you buy what you think is called the Omega upgrade to get them to 10. Oh, I see. So you don't just like use them until they get to level 10. You just farm money and buy the upgrade. That must be an expensive ass upgrade. Because it would be funny. Honestly, I'm not quite sure what you mean by haunting a narrative. I've not heard of it before. Or I've not heard someone say that before. So I don't know what it means. You still do use them to level them. The upgrade raises the level cap. Oh, it raises the level cap. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. That's... wow. Jesus. Wow. That's a lot. Unfortunately, there were like half a dozen weapons that level up so much slower than everything else. Yeah, I remember you saying like the drill dog thing took a while. Personally, I didn't mind the drill dog thing. The thing I had an issue with was the collider, you know, the Mickey beam thing. That gun took forever with me because it just seemed so ass and underwhelming. The dog gun was top on the list, yeah. It took absolutely forever compared to every other gun. That one too, yeah. It feels kind of underwhelming because you fire this big beam and it just doesn't... like, the amount you'd have to fire for that thing. And it was a burst fire gun. Why? It's a beam. Just keep going until it either runs out of ammo or you let go of the trigger. Why does it have to be pew, pew? It just... oh. From the AI overview, because you're lazy to have a character whose presence in the story is sparse or even non-existent, yet whose actions, death or influence have profound and lasting consequences on the plot, themes and other characters. I was not expecting a detailed response. Oh, I see what you're meaning though. What game? Ratchet and Clank. Rift Apart. Because I completed it yesterday. You like the beam, but it was way better for clearing hordes than against bosses and stuff. It looks like it should be a high damage weapon. Yeah, it looks like it should be a high damage weapon, but you are right. Like, it was good for clearing up things that die in like a hit, basically. So when you had the little munchkins coming at you, you'd just be like, beam, and go whoosh, whoosh, and it would wipe them all out in an instant. It was great. You haven't played a Ratchet and Clank since PS2 era, but it was a fun game. I hadn't played one at all. I could have played Ratchet and Clank back in those days, but I never did, because platformers are not my cup of tea usually. But yeah, this one was my first Ratchet and Clank. I gave it a go. It was fun, a bit chaotic, well, quite chaotic at times, but overall it was fun. It was good fun. No, that's... I can understand that one, Big Chum. He's voiced by... I'm bad with names, but he's voiced by that man, so that's... I can understand liking his character. Wait, or is that... But you're saying sparse non-existent? Oh, you're saying his thingy was sparse and non-existent. I mean, isn't that like most of the characters in Destiny, to be fair? Maybe that's just me. Oh right, yeah, because he died and then it was meant to be a big thing. I think the only big loss was the fact that the voice actor was no longer there. Otherwise, yeah. It's on PlayStation Plus? Oh nice. Wait, Rift Apart was on PlayStation Plus? God damn. Oh well, it's fine anyway. I got it for like 18 quid, so it's not that bad. My preferred genre? I mean, I don't just stick to one particular genre. I play most of them. I do like my RPGs though. I like being able to explore things and find stuff. Not necessarily collectibles, but generally it's kind of turned into a hybrid now. I like RPGs, but not how they are typically anymore. It's a mix of a few other genres now, but no one combines the genres. Not the way I'm wanting them to. So, I'm basically looking for my dream game, which won't exist. But if I look at the majority of games, I don't know, it depends on my mood. Like, I played Titanfall 2 a few months ago, and that was awesome. That was great. Really good FPS. Great movement, good story, good characters, fun set pieces. Like, I had good fun with Titanfall 2. For the King, that sounds familiar. Was that the low poly look thingy-mabobby game? Titanfall 2 is still like... I had great fun with that. I didn't know what was going on, but everything flowed for me and I was having good fun with that. And For the King is that what's it title, isn't it? The low poly thing. I swear it was. For the King. I've not played it. There's a For the King 2, isn't there? Oh, I was right, it's the low poly stuff. I mean that in a good way, by the way. It's literally what it is. It's the low poly. I've not played it. I always saw it. But I've not played it. It fell off hard. Understandable. Yeah. Yeah. I've not played it, but maybe. Because there's so many goddamn games. Do I like horror games? Ah, yes. Let me tell you a story, big chum, of when I first started streaming, and the first game that I played. Well, I obviously started with ASMR when I started streaming, but when I decided to add in some gaming days, the first game I played was Fatal Frame, which is a Japanese horror. A good series. It kind of runs into the habit of doing the same stuff once you've played it long enough, but it has really good atmosphere. And a main character that is always in dire need of running lessons. But yes. Why do I never just answer a question simply? You literally asked, do you like horror games? I could literally go, yes, I do, very much. I enjoy them, even though I can get spooked by them. Instead I go on a weird rabble of things. Sure, you can throw some recommendations at me. I may have already played them, who knows? When I think about that, as I said it, doubtful that I've probably played it, but yeah, otherwise, take some recommendations. Hey Sal, welcome in. Just got contacts? Oh, contacts. How do they feel? Are you comfortable with them? It looks interesting, Rain, for the king. I've always seen it around. I think the main screenshot I kept thinking of was when I seen like the hex-based movement thingy, and I was like, I thought it was one of those style of games, and I was like, yeah, kinda. Can only wear them 4 hours today. Yeah, because you need to get used to them. That's fair. That's fair though. And kudos to you if you prefer them over glasses. I know some people utterly despise wearing glasses, but wear contacts. I will never wear contacts, because I really do not like the idea of putting something in my eye. Alien Isolation was a brilliant game. That had some good atmosphere. Really good game. Too many times you'd get scared and close the game. I would hide a lot until I remember being told like hiding too much means that eventually it will work less likely later. So I tried to push through and got not cocky, but I tried to be careful with how I would hide and be more brazen in kind of being in plain sight, but not really. I just made sure to stay out of the way. Although there was a cheeky time I was hiding under a desk, the alien came in, went round the room, the tail did something weird, and it was in front of me, and then it kind of knocked something over. That didn't set it off. What set it off was the fact that the tail had to go around what it knocked over, which then made it touch me, and because the tail touched me, it knew I was there and pulled me out from under the desk. I was like, oh, you didn't even know I was here. So yeah, Alien Isolation's a good one. Because to be fair, his tail touched me, and yeah, he would feel it. So, rightfully so. You hate having to wear glasses, Rain. That's fair enough. Not everybody likes wearing them, and I can understand why. Like, they can feel cumbersome to people, and you just don't like having something on your face. It's fine. I've had them since I was a young kid, so I don't know. It's never bothered me, and I like having something in front of my face. You used to wear glasses before, so it's like glasses without glasses. Indeed. You love your glasses, you don't want to touch your eyes every morning and night. Yeah, and I wouldn't trust my hands. Like, I wash my hands every single day, multiple times a day, and obviously, you know, go to the loo, you wash your hands, self-explanatory. But I still wouldn't want my hands to touch my face, or my eye. Just, I'm good. I'm good. You love them if you can get ones with colour, like the cosplay style contacts. Any puppet combo games, chitty art games. Chitty art can be okay. Home safety hotline. Cry of fear. Outlast. Outlast was good. And the second one was a bit more, or went more open. Wait, Nanashi. Nanashi means no name. No name, no game? Why have you put no name, no game? And the prototype. I mean, I assume the game is called The Prototype, because there is Prototype, the game, back in the day, which was a third-person, not superhero game, more of antagonist. But anyway, the junk. But yeah, I'll take a look at. Hang on, I'm gonna have to copy that message actually, because I'll forget else. I'll take a look at some of those, because I'm aware of chitty art. Some of them I may be aware of, but I just don't remember. There we go. I've made a note. Thank you, Big Chum. I'll just do some thingy-mabobbies. Words ain't working. I'll do thingy-mabobbies. Of course, we have the rain stick. Tries to remember what I do with the rain stick. What do I do? Oh, 2 different colours. So you want to be, I know the word, I just always forget the word. I know what you mean. Sal, what do I usually do with the rain stick? Oh, I remembered. It's okay. I remembered. I remembered. was the rain stick? I ended up babbling for so much that I forgot. It's supposed to be ASMR, but I mean, technically, it's all ASMR because it's coming from the type of mic, so. Ear ups. Ear ups? Ear ups. Those were the ear rubs, I guess. I mean, they are certainly the rubs of the ear, so yes. That rain stick can wait. Stop redeeming it, it can wait. It will happen when it happens. Just need to catch up on people first. One of the biggest dislikes for you was the narrowed field of vision view and what's visible. Drove me crazy on not having like any peripheral vision. Oh, I mean peripheral should still work even if it's not bending around to the sides. Like mine works. It depends on, I guess, how your eyes are without the aid of a lens. My peripheral, I don't know, it works okay. And I'm half sometimes anyway, so I'm like twitching at the fact like I saw something and then there's nothing there. So either that or I'm seeing like another reality sometimes, but I'm not able to see it, so it's just like people playing tricks on me. It's not a horror, but Lethal Company and Reaper are such fun. Lethal Company, I played a little of with people. It was interesting. Definitely with people. And Repo I've seen, I've not played though. Similar vein, I guess. But could be interesting. Maybe it's a community thing. Yeah, for those that enjoyed the rain stick. Might sound weird, but do I have one of the groan tubes? I have no idea what you mean by a groan tube. Like, is it an actual voice thingy where you tip it and it's like, or you know, like the ones where you tip them upside down, it makes a noise of a cow or something. Those kind of things. That's what I end up thinking of. And judging by the way you've written that, you have to go clean up a spill so you couldn't hear. I made note of them, Big Chum. Some of them I'm already familiar with, but I will take a look at the others and see how they go. You were legally blind without what's it? Damn rain, damn. Although, without my glasses, okay, so I have the text, it's fairly small, on my screen over here. If I am like an arm's length, if that, away from my screen. If I look at it without my glasses, without crunching my vision to try and make it focus, so if I just look at it normally, I cannot see it at all. It is all blurry. Yeah, it's all blurry. If I focus, like really hard, which you're not supposed to do because it can damage you. Hang on. Be gone, my lenses. Nope. Even if I focus really hard, I can't see the screen. So I'm not blind, things are just blurry. I can't make things out. Ever tried VR ASMR? You mean when they do when they're in VR chat half the time? It works on the Quest on YouTube, but YouTube on the PC browser doesn't support VR anymore. Oh, I get what you mean. Not the visual ASMR. You mean like the actual... I haven't. No. I haven't tried that since. I can imagine why it'd be good though. Well, you got a can. If you seal it up, you could make your own rain stick out of it. It's not an animal noise. Oh, but it is the tippy tube. So I remembered the right item, just it doesn't make an animal noise. It just makes someone groan instead. I don't know if that's really a good thing, but... Hey Memo! I say the same word, but it sounds different. It sounds like I go mammo. I do say momo. I don't know why it sounds like I go mammo. But hey Memo! Hello! How are you doing today? How's the weekend been so far? Clicking buttons. I was just catching up with people's messages before the redeems, so I shall do the brush in a second. I'm almost there. Big Chum is a backseat gamer. No. Wait, you're a backseat gamer? But what? You don't know anything? What? I'm so confused. Yes, the VR videos. I've not tried those before though. No. I think I've caught up. Have I caught up? Wanted to chill. Aye, I shall do the brush for you, Momo. Isn't my bento box cold? No. No. It was really wrapped well. It's warm. It's warm, hot. Hot, warm. There we go. If I ask you if the game mechanics are good, you know nothing about it. You're here for story and character. Ah, you're the opposite of me then. I'm for good mechanics and stories kind of like afterwards. But I do appreciate when there is a good story and good character. Like, it is important to have. It's just not my focus. New background music? I alternate between playlists. brush is dying. This brush is starting to get wild. I have loads of others, but I'm trying to look after that one. Wonder if there's a way to make them settle again. But those were the bristle brushes. Oh, an ether charge. Yeah, you did say about detecting shrimpies. The thing that's holding my curry, because it's in a tub, and then it's wrapped in a grease-proof bag and stuff to keep the heat in and stuff, as well as other things. But on the top of it, it just says majestic. I mean, the curry is indeed majestic, so... Oh, bugger. I need to re-pour, and I'm low on juice. Majestic curry indeed. Ooh. My god, never seen someone want rain stick so much in my life. I can feel the ether charge and stretch, by the way. That was my throat. I was breathing. I mean, you know what happens. You just have a drink, and no, it is not to be, like, mistaken as a belch, because it's not a belch. It's when the bubbles from below decide to reverberate up, and the sound just goes through. You know, basically your throat tube, and you get those bubble sounds. That's what those are. Some cotton pants. Aye aye. Kangaroos wear the cotton pads, which very much like to move. Rains decay. Suppose it's been a little. Board name spelling. I realise I usually say this fairly like in a normal way because I was meant to give it a double meaning. But meh. Mine's a board name, so capital letters, praise be. I like having capital letters. Right. T. H. E. Oh God, E's. Technically I have an underscore because it's where the pencil goes. Underscore. S. K. B. U. B. B. L. E. And that spells the spunk bubble. That is your name. People do come up with some interesting things. Good thing your name's not super long. I've had some that are fairly long. But that redeem does have sort of a double take. Like, if I really have gotten to know the person on here, at least, I end up saying like a good thing for every letter that would start with it. So yeah, it ends up being very long. Chalk? No, just wood. It's just a wooden board that has the alphabet on, both uppercase and lowercase, and literally a wooden pencil. No lead or anything, just a straight carved wooden pencil shape. And then it's meant to help with writing, learning how to write letters. It's ironically a child's learning. It's an educational item for, you know, children who are learning their ABCs. But surprisingly, it's not too bad for. I thought it might be good for an ASMR thingy. I'm glad it's not bad though. But yes, how's my food doing? Is it surviving? It's hot, and how's the bottom of this? The sauce is still hot. The food inside the thingy though, not so much. But that won't matter so much, because as soon as I go to put the curry sauce over it, it will heat back up again, so it's all good. You say Gibby toast? It's just corkboard. Gibby? Oh, have I ever used Gibby toast? I don't believe so. I only have that weird wood thingy, and I've got a ceramic thingy. The closest thing I have to cork is what's underneath the ceramic, but that's not really solid cork, so... because then it just reverberates the ceramic that's underneath it, so it's a coaster. And then the other side is the cork, but again... I don't have any proper corkboard. Also, why is it called Gibby? Wait, why is it called Gibby toast? I used to put something on for this, I just can't remember what. Couldn't have been that. That's because it's not a rain stick cell, it's ceramic. You just tap it really quickly and it ends up doing that though. Which basically means tense the muscle and act like it's having a spasm. That's the only way to get it to do that. Puts a lot of strain on the arm though, good god, a tire. It's toast shaped, but it was... Could be some other released it, so a few people call it that. Ah, I see. I see. For some reason I'm thinking of like a really soft... a soft loaf of bread that lets out a faint sound. I know Mayu was going on about something to do with that. But I think that's something different entirely, because it's not cork. But hot damn, did that bread, even though that bread didn't really give any sounds, it looked nice. Another ether charge. Anyway, I'm going to end up having some food, so I'll end here for today. Yes. Hello, guest. Yes. Floofy tails galore. Yeah. It should be nice food. Glorious food. But you don't, well, for anyone who's been here long enough, you know I take 20 years trying to find someone to raid. So bear with me. Where are we going? What are we doing? What are people doing? Oh, I always get tempted. Will they have a rain stick? Hard to say, Sal. get around this sort of time? So much Hollow Knight? I clearly am not following the right people then, because barely anyone's playing Hollow Knight for the ones that I follow. Haha. Cyro's playing Metal Eden. That seemed like a promising game. I have 2 people out of the god knows how many on here actually playing Silk Song. Everyone else is either on FF or their own game or ASMR and Fortnite and stuff like that. Sekiro. Sekiro. There we go. I can say it fine slowly. When I try and say it fast, it fails. Oh wait, I'm looking for someone for ASMR, aren't I? I'm there like, what gaming stream can I send you all to? Duh, I don't send you all to a gaming stream. This is ASMR. Right, ASMR. Where am I sending people for such things? That would have been funny. Prepare for loudness. I think I initially started looking for ASMR and then I changed. Oh, that was why. There's literally only like... This happened before. Because I stream earlier, it's actually harder to find people doing ASMR around this time because it's too soon. I could send people to Noodle. Or maybe Nana. Even though she's doing art. It depends how loud. Hang on. Oh, she's got her music on, which is fine. I like her music. Oh my god, why won't you let me click? Well, I can't do anything. What the? Let me click. Okay. It doesn't want to let me click. I don't know why. I wanted to hear what she was listening. Okay, we'll do it the old-fashioned way then. I'm going to not click that apparently. There we go. Okay, yeah. As much as I would love to send people there. I don't know if Noodle's gonna work. It should do. It may do. Who knows? Hey, she's in a tingle zone. I'm saved. I can say hello, and that's about it. Does it work though? It does? Oh my god, it does. Okay. Alright, everybody. Yes. The read message that was put there was it's good if you're subbed, apparently, because messages. If you're not subbed, there's that one. That is my YouTube. I know the link doesn't work properly on phone, I don't know why. And that is my Discord for anyone who is interested. I am active there. It is still small, but it's getting there. It's being worked on. But yes, thank you all for being here. Greatly appreciated. Thank you for the subs, thank you for the follows, and yeah, I'll be streaming most likely Tuesday, but I'll let people know if it goes before. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Sal. And take care, Rain. Take care, everybody. Oh.